Yeah,
well,
so
that's why when I heard it, I was like, man, so like I heard that, and then I put that together with just weren't around anymore, and I was like, yeah, I just got pissed off and sick of the bullshit. So there you go.
pretty much that was you're pretty much on the money. And you know, it's bad enough going round and round in circles all the time with these conversations, you know, because the same things are spoke about pretty much day in, day out. But then when you've got someone else doing nothing else but making hit pieces on you, because that's what it was a hit piece. And I was lucky because a lot of people knew me, and I developed friendships with people. No, I felt no negative repercussion from anyone else, right? But that was probably just the final thing that kind of pushed me over the edge, where I said to myself, and I said to my wife too, look, you know, I've got to take a break from this for a couple of months because it's just draining. So that's what I did. I just went, I'm going to take a hiatus, go recharge my batteries, and come back again, hopefully, you know, refreshed and with a different frame set. So that's where I am at the moment.
So did you learn anything from it? Did you like? Are you gonna handle anything differently now? Like when like certain people come in and start talking shit, is there gonna be any kind of, I don't know, you tell me.
Well, I know how Geo wants this channel run. He doesn't want a shit show. All right. So he's given me mod powers, and there's a lot of other mods here as well, but he's given me mod powers. So we're on the same page. We don't want it a shit show. We don't want abuse and personal insults thrown around. We're actually all here striving for the same thing. You know, we're trying to do what we believe is right, and take a path to what we think the truth is, and try and discover and explore that further. I think when you get people like What's Up, who's a flat earther, go figure, making hit pieces on other flat earthers, that probably says a bit about him. But when you got people like What's Up, you got Rumpus, you got Brenda, you got paid NASA shills. I can't believe that these people are even allowed in the server, to be quite honest with you, Jerry. Like, if this was my server, no way would I have Rumpus, no way would I have Brenda or paid NASA shill. They wouldn't be allowed to be a part of the channel if it was my channel.
Well, thank you for that. I was wondering why you left. I mean, you are one of the coolest ones. Thanks for explaining all that.
No problems, mate. No problems whatsoever. My pleasure. It was actually quite touching, Jerry. When I came back, I had 279 missed messages from people of concern, you know, wondering where I was, making sure I'm okay. And it's actually humbling to know that, you know, since I've been in it, you know, at the end of the day, Jerry, we're just voices on the internet, you know what I mean? But you develop relationships and friendships. And it was quite humbling to come back to so many messages of concern, of my whereabouts, where I am, you know, my state of mind, all that sort of stuff. It was very, very humbling when I checked back in again. And I'm blessed that people see me for who I am, not what other people portray, and they are genuine friendships. And even people from the globe side, I had half a dozen different people from the globe side too send me messages of concern and endearment and stuff. So it was very, very humbling to come back to that, I must say.
Yeah, your whole thing when you say, they got to account for, whale farts. I mean, despite just being a voice on the internet, that's going to stick with me forever. I'm not going to forget that.
Yeah, well, they don't. They don't, Jerry. They don't account for whale farts, salmon semen, or seaweed drift. They account for nothing like that at all. Well, yeah. But, like, I'm not the best debater in the world. I don't know, things inside out like a lot of people. When you listen to some people, you listen to Jeremy, people like, Geo and these sort of characters that know their stuff inside and out. Yeah, I'm not that person. I just try to have a more light-hearted approach myself to it all. That's the angle I kind of come from.
Yeah, and I think all the time, because I have a 2-year-old, and I think about that story that you tell sometimes where you just lied in the backyard with kids and you just stared at the sky and you just made out different shapes.
Yeah.
Looked at the stars, and I'm never going to forget that. Like, hopefully I will do that with my son because of what you said. So
Thank you.
Yeah, so people, you do have a big impact.
Thank you, Jerry. It means a lot.
Anytime.
And it's the simple things in life that actually make life worth living. Really, it really is. Did someone else drop in?
Yeah, g'day, mate.
Globus?
Kraken.
I recognise that voice. I don't recognise the name. Who were you?
Oh, mate. I've had this name for a while now.
Yeah, but what were you before you had this name?
I've always had this name, like I said.
Oh, really?
For a long, long time.
Whereabouts are you? What part of Australia?
Beautiful Gold Coast, my friend.
I think it's coming back to me now.
You may have heard me at Gems a couple of times.
Yeah. I definitely recognise the voice. Definitely.
Yeah.
God, you still go to Gems? What the hell?
Yeah, it's good fun. Don't you think so?
I suppose fun is one way of describing it. Yes.
That's all I ever have when I'm there. Fun.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's good.
Wouldn't have it any other way, mate.
No.
So you're back from your
I'm
hiatus.
back on my hiatus, mate. Yes.
Good to hear, mate. Good to hear your voice, eh?
Well, thank you kindly. I appreciate it.
No worries.
Yeah, it's good to be back. I've kind of just dipped my toes into the pond at the moment, but I'm sure I'll be around a lot more.
Fair enough. Yeah, just get back into it slowly. Ease into it.
I feel like a bit of argy-bargy, but there's no globies around to have that with at the moment.
That's all good though.
Mm.
The issue with that it's always the same arguments, mate. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sick of the same fucking back and forths.
That's what I was saying to Jerry just a second ago. It's like,
really?
Like I've been away for 3 months and I can't come back, and we're still talking about the same old.
Basically, yeah, man. I don't know if you heard the latest sort of thing, the sextant argument.
No, what's that?
Oh, you haven't? Oh, true.
No.
Well, you know what a sextant is, yeah?
I certainly do. It's what navigators use to navigate the high seas.
Yep. And do you know what a sextant measures?
angles.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So if you're measuring an angle of elevation to a celestial body, how are you doing that if you're actually measuring an angle and the base of that angle is curved on a
exactly.
supposed sphere? It's
Hmm.
basically as simple as that. Like
Yeah,
I'll put a picture in the chat, which I just did that on Paint, and it just
yeah,
shows like quite basic. It's quite basically that's an angle of elevation. You
yeah,
can't really achieve any angles if your adjacent or your baseline is curved. I mean,
exactly.
we all know that angles, you need two straight lines to be able to achieve any angle.
Exactly.
I mean, it's quite simple. So it's
Uh,
literally simple. That's the latest argument where basically you have no angles of elevation on a globe, and it's simple as that. And that's sent them spiraling out of control. But that's all it is really. To like condense it down to a simple sentence. That's all it is.
but unfortunately, with the globe argument, all they do is try and do triangles on curved surfaces. They've been doing that forever and a day.
Yeah, what I've been sort of met with is spherical geometry, blah blah blah. But that you can only ever draw, for example, if you want to draw a right angle triangle, like a spherical right angle triangle. It's only ever drawn
Mhm.
on the surface of a sphere.
Yes,
It's never depicted like orthographically, like I've depicted in that picture. So
exactly.
it's a completely different concept.
Yeah, but
The angle that you see on the right, which is actually an angle of elevation, which is what the sextant measures, only ever has a horizontal flat baseline. So
exactly,
they can
can't
draw
have
as
it.
many curved triangles as they like the one I did on the left there. But we all know
Yeah,
that that's not a fucking a right angle triangle, and that's not an angle of elevation. It's
no.
basic primary school geometry.
Well, look, anytime globies deal with any sort of angle on a curved surface, it's like a triangle now has more than 180 degrees. Since when? If a triangle,
Yeah,
it's not a triangle. Like what the
that's right.
fuck? But
Triangle.
they'll
It's in the word.
yeah angle, right?
Yeah,
So as soon as you put any curved surface towards it, bang, you're measuring degrees. You aren't measuring
yeah,
angles.
exactly.
Yeah.
Basic shit though, man. I'm glad you grasp it so easily, but it's so hard to get across to the zealots. They want to put their beliefs before any sort of basic logic.
Well,
So
it, it's like you said, it's primary school stuff.
Mhm.
Imagine teaching kids in primary school that a triangle has more than 180 degrees.
I
Like
know,
what
right?
the fuck? Like
You
hello
lose your job.
now kids draw me a triangle and they end up drawing you a fucking basketball. Like what the hell?
I know, man. Yeah, yeah. But that's the stage we're at right now, where it's like they just to keep that belief alive, they'll just spit out any old bullshit. Just to keep that
Oh,
alive. It's just it's like a defense. It's like a survival sort of mechanism. You see?
but this argument with the sextant, that was around 2 years ago.
Was it?
Yeah, yeah, it's not new at all. It was around 2 years ago.
Yeah, right. I never heard
Uh,
it.
no. But don't worry, next month we'll be back on the Coriolis.
Yeah, exactly. They just recycle them. I suppose it keeps the
Mm.
flat earthers entertained, and it keeps it does the same thing for the. It's all a big show. That's what I seem to have gathered from it. Like It keeps a lot of people entertained, and it's a shame because it should really just be changing people's mind or changing people's perspective on what they believe in. That's what even though I'm sure it does that, but a lot of the time it's just pure entertainment. Like,
I'm sure a lot of these people, like the Rumpuses and the Brendans, they're like gatekeepers. Really, they're like
I wouldn't
gatekeepers.
doubt it. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Would not doubt it at all. I mean, you can't logically, dismiss any of these arguments without being dishonest, or
No,
or
exactly.
without not having the intellectual capability of discerning the truth from these arguments. It's one of the two. You're either dumb or you're dishonest. That's what I've always put it down to, one of the two.
Imagine going to your mathematics class and they ask you to draw a triangle, and you draw a triangle like your triangle on the left. People would laugh at you.
Exactly.
People
I mean,
would
exactly
legitimately
right.
laugh at you.
I know, man.
That's
Yeah.
crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah. What's that, Dawn? Globus knows the bottom edge is assumed or flat. No, Dawn, that's just a right angle triangle. I don't assume it. It is what it is. It's basic geometry, my friend.
Basic. That's what geometry is. It deals with straight lines.
That's right. Exactly right.
Someone else pop in. Red tape. Red tape.
Red tape banned for being insulted. Oh, Red Tape's here. How are you?
Yeah,
I don't
who's
know
Red
who it is.
Tape? Announce yourself, Red Tape. Announce yourself. Or not.
You're unmuted. He's unmuted, so come on, mate. Greet the boys.
Oh, step right up. Step right up.
Oh, what a shame. He's a vegetarian and a globe earther. Fuck.
Huh? What?
I'm sorry to hear that.
Damn.
And an atheist. Holy shit. It's 3 out of 3. What a shame. So you're just going to sit there and not say anything, Red Tape? Come on, man.
Seems
I was
that
actually
way,
going to
doesn't
get put on the spotlight. I'm finishing Final
There he
Fantasy.
is. There's the man
it? Well,
himself.
welcome to the party.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like much of one. The server's kind of been dead lately.
Well, you should have been here before. It was rocking.
Yeah, it was.
Was there more than 5 people this time?
Oh, there would have been at least 6.
Ah, damn, dude.
I recognize this guy's voice, though. Surely he's a Gempandite.
Mm.
Am I correct? Red
What?
Tape? Are you a Gempandite?
No.
No?
Where
know
are
what
you
that is.
from? The voice
You
is
don't know what
familiar, ain't it?
It is. It's so familiar.
I don't know. I've popped in the server a few times.
You haven't. You're not like a Gem Panda server person. Okay.
Who is Japanda? This is a
That's what they all say.
YouTuber or Discord
Nah, it's
person?
just a loser. That's all he is, really.
Oh, I have to look into this. Hold on. J Panda?
Gem Panda.
Like
Gem.
a gem?
Yeah. I'm not buying your intrigue, by the way, at all.
No,
You guys are known to be dishonest.
it seems rather fishy.
It does, eh?
Mm. I came from a politics server and someone linked me here ages ago.
Oh, I see. So, you're a globe earther. That's a shame.
Hmm.
Why are you a globe earther?
Yeah.
I generally think the idea that there's a grand conspiracy to hide the roundness of the Earth, I guess, is like silly in the extreme.
Silly?
So-
Why?
Well, and plus, it doesn't matter in the long run. I still think like the ruling class are like basically just a bunch of monsters in humans' clothing, basically.
No, I see what you mean.
Like it
Oh.
doesn't matter. I still think they're bad.
Yeah, I get you, and
It
I
doesn't
agree.
fundamentally change my worldview.
I get you, and I do agree, but just to stick to one topic, if we can, is that the only reason that you think the Earth is a globe? Because you think that the grand conspiracy that it may not be is ridiculous and far fetched?
And yeah, I mean, I don't really have like arguments at the moment. I
Oh,
woke
that's
up
all right.
like an hour ago.
That's all good. It's all good. I don't want to put you on the spot and force you to
I do.
battle.
I want to put him on the
All
spot.
right, Pencil wants to put you
Let's put him on
fair
the
enough.
spot.
All right, your best proof. Go, Red Tape.
Yeah. What's your best?
Uh-huh.
Hit it.
Hold on, I'm playing Final Fantasy.
What was that?
What's up, Banso?
Hey, Branch. How you going, buddy?
Good to see you back, man.
Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly.
Was it a nice break from all the bullshit and drama?
Yeah, it was wonderful. If I'm being honest.
You feel so
It was
relieved
wonderful.
afterwards, right?
Huh?
Why'd you come back? Did you just miss it that much or what?
Well, curiosity. Curiosity.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happens. It's hard to stay away for a long time.
Yeah. So I had a good break. I was away for 3 months, thereabouts, about 3 months.
By the way, whatever happened to the old 24/7 Flat Earth server?
It's still around.
I just remember like a few years ago, or maybe it was just a year ago, maybe when Human Sheeple did his like coup or whatever it was.
Yeah, they started a whole new one. It's still around.
Yeah, it was very funny. Guy was like a schizo. I don't know why they gave him authority.
It's pretty funny though.
It was funny. Then they turned it into like what was essentially like a theocracy, which I.
Yeah. So Banso, was you like completely off of like all Flat Earth YouTube videos?
Yep.
Everything, just
Everything. I gave everything the flick.
cool, man. We tried to get fucking Wars to call you. We were like, what the fuck? Hope nothing happened to him.
Yeah, well, it is what it is, mate. Like, you just got to do. It just came same old, if you know what I mean, Ranch.
Yeah,
Just,
absolutely know what you mean, man.
so, and I was just, I was getting too riled up for my own good.
I
and
didn't think
taking.
it actually was though. I thought you pretty much just take it like it's like whatever. I don't seen you get mad about it.
Look, I didn't necessarily get too mad about it. It was just I was just getting riled up. It probably affected my personal life a little bit too. For some strange reason, I let it. So I just had to take a break and go. You know what? I don't really need this in my life at the moment.
Yeah, I think it should be compulsory for flat earthers to all take at least a 1 month break once a year.
Yes, well, I did that. I set the standard.
All right, now going forward.
But I've come back, branch to the same old, same old.
It hasn't changed. It's shifted from Brandon's room, but it's the same fucking people.
Yeah,
It's literally the same shit as Brandon's room, but now Geo owns
pretty
it.
much.
And you can't swear as much, you know, at least for as a globe earther, you can't like be as mean to flat earthers, and you know, you got to be a little bit on good behavior here a little bit. Other than that, same old shit. Oh, and I get muted when I get drunk as fuck. That's the other difference.
Still, some things will
I
never
always
change.
found
Man.
like the political discords to be a little more fun. They're usually more active.
I don't really like those, man. The people there, they're too off the opinion that their opinion they can't get their fucking heads out their asses, honestly.
Well, no. Well, it's like they're debating, or at least that's the goal, right? Like, so they're going to assume they're right, and they want to convince other people they're right.
Yeah, I just never really found them too enjoyable. It's a little bit too serious for me, man. I like to fuck around a little bit, you know what I mean? Anyways, didn't mean to disrupt your conversation, Red Tape. You can go back to it.
Yeah, that's okay.
Anyway, guys, it's my bedtime here. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna love yous and leave yous.
All right, later, man. Good to
Okay,
hear
catch
back
you
from you,
all.
man.
Yeah, catch you on the
Hey,
flip
mate.
side. Thanks, mate.
Have a good one.
Catch yous. You too.
So, Red Tape, you think the Earth is flat, or you think it's a globe?
No, globe.
How can you be so sure it's a globe?
Say it again.
How can you be so sure it's a globe?
I'm willing to trust human societal belief in that. I don't know.
You just
I
basically,
already told him earlier that I think it doesn't challenge my worldview fundamentally. Whether or not like I've been lied to about it, I still think the government's evil.
you think the government's evil?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
What have they done to you?
well, I could point out towards politics, but
Well, do you think the American government is evil, or the
Yes.
whole world is evil?
generally, yes.
So there's not one country on this whole planet whose government isn't evil.
Capitalists, yes.
Well, which countries are not capitalist?
Really, any at the moment.
Is North Korea capitalist?
They're state capitalists, basically. Second of all, yes, I can generally consider like America to be an evil government. One of the worst.
I always thought they were really nice people.
Well, the people perhaps, but no. America owes its prosperity to the continued destruction of the global south.
I think capitalism is a path to the new socialism.
What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense.
It does. Once you have the divide between the rich and the poor a lot big enough, you end up with a socialistic society.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not.
Yeah. I'll agree to disagree. I mean, capitalism just works as it is intended right now. It's the centralization of capital.
What we have now is basically fascism here because we have private ownership of public goods. When you consider that the corporations basically, lobby for favorable legislation, the corporations pretty much own everything.
That's not really fascism.
Yeah, fascism is private ownership of public
No, that's
services.
no. Like I'm not a fascist, but I'm not gonna say they're like. It's not like one of the precepts of fascism. Fascism is like the glorification of the state.
Is that it?
Yeah, like strength. There's like a few like points that you have to check out for that. No, that just sounds like privatization, which I will admit the Nazis did too.
If it was up to you, how would the government be run?
Say that again.
If it was up to you, how would the government be run?
Where?
America.
I'd probably. Is there under what you say is it like my ideal system or the one that I think will work immediately?
No. The one that wouldn't be evil.
Oh. Dismantle capitalism. Dismantle the U.S. military-industrial complex, et cetera, et cetera. At the very least, no more international military bases. No more influencing of the global south. I mean, I can't give you a full list right now, but that's a general. And I'm also playing Final Fantasy.
I mean, are you leaning towards a communistic state or?
Well, that's a bit of an oxymoron because there's not a communist state because that's the end goal, right? Communists try to jump into socialism and from there communism. You can have a communist party operating in a socialist state. Communism is the end goal. When you no longer have oh shit.
Yeah, I think communism has been given a bad fucking name. By our current leadership structure.
I could make excuses for it, but yeah, there's been shitty stuff happening from it. But I could point out there's been far more deaths under capitalism. For example, India was literally owned by a company, right, for 200 years.
No, I didn't know that.
You never heard of the East India Company?
I didn't know they owned the whole of India.
No, yeah, they basically part of the reason India is so shit is partially from that because they took trillions of what would be now modern wealth, moved it to Western Europe.
Oh, you're talking about the British. People in India they just call them the British.
No. A British private company owned India.
Yeah, but it was really just the British, wasn't it?
No, it was literally a British.
Right, they put it under a company name,
No. Okay, so this private company formed in Britain initially to foment trade, secure ports, and stuff like that. They won a series of war during the collapses of the last great Indian empire. and secure territory, and eventually just like became like this huge, massive entity that took control of the vast majority, or vassalized, or whatever, the rest of India. Now, this private entity had its own army that they paid for. They've had to. They were obligated to listen to their board of directors, their investors, and stuff like that. Second, eventually Britain seized control after this company was on the threat of collapse because it was a very, very valuable part of their economy. So yes, it eventually became just like part of the British government, but they seized it.
Yeah, it kind of pisses me off how big of a how pussyish India was with the whole British thing. They should have fought back a little harder.
The British government just treated like India like shit too later on, but yeah, that's how the British got owned India.
Pretty fucked up how, you know, it was kind of okay to do that shit back in the days, you know what I mean?
Well, you know, they fought a war to like sell like drugs to China, right? Like, literally, like I don't mean like medical, like actual drugs. Like they fought a huge war against China to allow their merchants to sell like the Chinese people opium several times.
Why didn't the Chinese just grow it themselves?
Oh, they did, but like Britain was growing huge, massive amounts in their colonies, and then selling it to China.
Where were they growing it?
India, for one.
In India.
It was one of the few goods that like the Chinese people wanted.
Good old opium wars.
Mhm.
Do you think the Earth would be in a better place, right, if Germany was the first to develop and execute nuclear bomb?
I don't think so. Second, it was pretty much impossible for them. If you mean like historic, you mean like in World War II?
Yeah.
It was basically impossible. They didn't have the academic structure or enough uranium to really do it.
I mean, without going into that, I'm just wondering, like, you know, hypothetically, shit was different, and somehow Germany ended up winning the war.
No, if Germany won the war, like that's already an impossibility because like they were fucked to begin with. But like in the hypothetical, I don't think so. Like the Germans like wanted to kill the majority of the Slavs, right? Eastern Europeans. They wanted to kill the majority of them and colonize the steppe. Like if you read Mein Kampf, that's like one of the things that Hitler wants to do, which is like colonize Eastern Europe with Germans. Like they basically.
You know, the interesting about fucking Hitler, though, right, is that he was actually cool with India.
He had like some historical idea of them as like part of like the great like this Aryan race, but
It's weird as fuck, right? I wonder where he got that shit from.
They come from like this like Western like Europeans and like there's like a just a Indo-Aryan, I think the term is. Yeah, they come from like the same branch, but that was like thousands of years ago. 3,000 years ago.
So, like, Indian people and... But that still sounds super weird to me. So you're basically trying to say that Indian people and German people came from the same branch.
Yeah, I
Aryan
mean,
people.
eventually everyone does, right?
But there was a completely different branch to the Jewish people and the fucking British people. I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me.
If you go look up Indo-Aryan.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really be fucked, dude, but I'm actually Indian. I don't know if you know that, but that's why it's interesting.
But yeah, like the Germans would have like killed the vast majority of like the Eastern Europeans and turned the rest of them into slaves if they won the war. But I don't really think it was possible for them to win World War II.
Well, I actually think that if they did win, right, that small war, I think they would have gone on to conquer the rest of the world.
No, like for one, I don't think they had the potential to do it. Two, they would have any like scenario that even has like Germany having a chance to win the war depends on the United States and Western Europe not to get involved, but that was basically impossible.
Yeah, see, it'll be impossible for Germany to fight the United States.
Yeah, they didn't have a navy good enough.
Right. I mean, like, you know, Pearl Harbor was big, but it was like a dent. You know what I mean? In the
Yeah, Japan only had like that was the furthest they could like potentially hit anyone. They didn't have the logistics to like, because like they were already bogged down in China. Because that's where like most of the Japanese troops were fighting the Chinese. They couldn't like, they didn't have like the range to like even like really hit the mainland United States. It would be impossible.
So, like, do you study a lot of history and shit, or is this just stuff you pick up on the way?
Oh, it's an old hobby.
What was it that made Japan align with Germany?
Alienation from the West. Some very slight like ideological alignment. Like the Japanese basically wanted resources. They wanted the European colonies in Southeast Asia. And for second of all, the United States did an oil embargo on Japan that was like slowly choking them. Like they needed oil from somewhere, and that was in Southeast Europe. Not Southeast Europe, but Southeast Asia. Like the British and like the other like European colonial powers also did not want, the Chinese taking their colonies or like having a colonial empire of their own. What's really sad about Japan is that they had a really good democracy like 10 years before that all happened. There was basically like an ultra-nationalist coup. Like the officers were like absolutely fucking insane.
I like Japan, man. As a country, they're pretty very civil people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The whole respect structure and just it just feels a lot more civilized than and I'm actually comparing it to America, like, and what life in America is like.
Mm-hmm.
They fucking freaky as fuck though. Like, have you seen their porno shit? Is weird as fuck, man.
Who?
Their porn is weird as fuck though.
Yeah,
They're
it's always
freaky
been super
motherfuckers.
fucked up. Tentacle porn is like 500 years old.
I thought it was because like I don't understand why it's 500 years
Because
old.
I got nuked twice.
Yeah, but that was 500 years ago.
Yeah, they've had it for hundreds of years.
I thought it was because they censored so much shit on TV that tentacle porn became a thing because that they were allowed to show that.
No, they're not.
I gotta say though, like, I've traveled a lot, and I've never actually like really been to Japan, but I did take a shit in Japan. At the
I
airport.
visited once in my youth.
I gotta say, bro, that was probably the best shit I took, and it was in a fucking airport in Japan. Like, as far as it was a nice fucking toilet.
Yeah, I remember doing it myself. I went to Japan like as a kid, basically. Basically, that point where you know it's cool, but like you weren't old enough to really appreciate going to like a foreign country. So, are you a flat earther, or?
I was gonna play the fucking game with you, man, but nah, man, fuck no.
Good.
I mean, it's fun, just fuck it. It seems to me like you used to be into it, and then you just got back.
Oh, like arguing? Yeah, I don't really care anymore. Like, but I don't really think flat earthers are like they're a niche community. They're not going to go anywhere. They're not a threat to anything.
No, this is pure enjoyment. Fucking this.
What's really wild is that they think they have like a growing movement.
I mean, it depends, man.
It's super niche stuff on the internet, and the only time like people talk about it, it's like
some flat earthers, dude. There's some flat earthers that really believe this shit, and they believe that. Fucking hell, man. They actually believe this shit. And there's some flat earthers are just in it because they don't want to be part of the mainstream world, and they find a place in community here that they don't find in the mainstream side, right? They may not be very intelligent. They may not have great jobs, and here they feel like they're part of a community.
I think they want to like blame something on like rather than like shitty like an economic situation, right? Or like a shitty like hand life drew them. They want to be part of like a community that answers like why the world is so shit, and it's because there's a
and also have this thing that they're part of, which makes them better than others. Thinking like being a flat earther means that you're now someone who knows the truth, and you're in some ways better than the rest of the population. If you really believe that shit, get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that shit.
I think the majority of the ones here, or at least the flat earthers on this Discord, seem to believe like what they're saying.
It depends. I mean, even in here, I think it's a little split. But I tell you, man, there was one of the flat earthers in here. I asked them, what if someone took you up on a plane and you actually saw the globe? Would you then believe it's a globe? And the answer was still no. They were like, I would think that during that plane trip they took me to another type of dimension, and that's why it looks that way. I'm like, oh my god, what?
Or they built like a holodeck around them or something, right?
Yeah, this is actually Geo, right? I won't know this place, but like that was odd. I didn't know how to respond to that.
Like they've built their entire worldview off this, my man. They're not going to surrender it.
It's like, why do you need to? Why do you? I think it all comes down to. I mean, the quarter between a flat earther and a globe earther is whether or not you believe the government is completely lying to you on
Well,
it.
it's not even like the government. It's like essentially every like major corporation, religion at this point,
Yeah, it's not government, it's the world, right? It's just fucking
like human society has like, yeah.
which is crazy, right? Like, the sad part of it is that even if someone was able to pull an enormous lie like this off on us, then it still doesn't fucking work. I mean, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is science today doesn't allow government to have that much control over where the fuck we're at. We would have figured this out with the level of science we have today if everything was a lie.
I don't know. I think the main point is if like this conspiracy is literally like influenced and leveraged every nation, every like institution of like power, right? How are they even moderately threatened by like a, a flat Earth Discord page or YouTube thing? If like they were even moderately like even partially threatened, they could have just like, I don't know, scrubbed their videos off the internet, right?
Yeah, I mean, the whole getting found out thing wouldn't even be, you know, basically they would have been having to do this for so many years that the whole getting found out shit won't even be an issue to them. Even like, especially when you talk about a Discord or, you know, what we're talking about. Let's just throw it out there. Like, I know this ain't even fucking close to even 90% of what the actual number is, but let's say there were 1 million flat earthers on the whole planet, right? Hardcore and knew their shit. That still ain't fucking nothing. I still don't think they'll give a fuck. I mean, we're talking about if this shit was all a fucking lie, right? Then you gotta look back at how long ago this shit was a lie, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about like this is pre fucking even World War I and shit. So every war we had, right, would have had to been somehow constructed within a lie, even though globally everybody was essentially ruled by a certain elite that was pulling the fucking shit over everyone's eyes. But they still wanted these wars to happen. You know, it just fucking doesn't make sense. Like,
Mhm.
just looking at the wars themselves, yeah. If you was a group of elites who was controlling the planet, why would you have that much destruction? And through that destruction, why would you actually allow? Because you know a lot of our ballistics and shit like that came from war, right? You know, war facilitated us being better at rockets, and actually somewhat leapfrogged us to actually go into space.
Mhm.
They would actually be counterintuitive. I think that the most awesome thing that could happen in my lifetime, right, would actually be if the Earth turned out to be flat. The problem is, I'm more than 100% sure, if that's even a possibility to do that, that is never gonna happen because it ain't fucking flat. Did you ever go to Gem Panda's room?
No. They were the two guys who were in here earlier mentioned it, but like I don't know who he is.
I used to hang out there all the fucking time, man, but kind of don't like it for the same reason I don't like politics rooms. Is people are just too fucking gaudy. But it's not a bad place. I think you might enjoy it.
Might be fun.
Anyone send you a link? I can send you a link if you want it. I don't know. Are you
Sure.
into?
Hmm?
Do you have the link?
Am I into what?
Do you need a link?
Sure. Yeah. So who is he? Like this guy?
It's like the room where all the anyone who's like most people who are like, it's basically one of the only rooms here on Discord for people that are against Flat Earth hangout.
Really?
Right, and it's almost like an anti 24/7, if you want. I mean, don't get me wrong. I kind of whenever I go in there, I play off like I hate everyone and fucking like I kind of do hate everyone, but I kind of know everyone there too. I just like to fuck around in there, but they're all pretty good people, you know. Some of them
Yeah.
are fucking wankers, but really, it's more of a social club.
Just a second, I gotta plug in my phone.
Yeah, I sent you the link. I
Oh,
mean,
the server's a lot more active.
it's way more active. I don't know.
the art of stereo communications. So depending on which one you're in, try the opposite and you should find that that resolves your problems, or at least cures the issues with it being very, very soft. So other possible things you can try which may help you is to check all the usual things. There are some features you can check, which are in my video up here. There's no slimming tools, which may well be helpful to you. It's pretty much simple things. So checking that your hardware is actually okay. If your voice is
What up, John?
communication devices,
I'm trying to work out my phone.
obviously is the settings to do with the
I think you might hear me fine, but maybe I can't hear you. Every voice is soft for me.
calls,
Yeah, you sound a little distorted.
or whatever it may be.
So I'm trying to watch a YouTube video. Check 1, 2. Gotcha. But now I've enabled some noise suppression. Uh, Maybe I can try headphones.
Oh, you're good. I was just seeing what's going on. Just enjoy your video.
Actually, I can hear you okay.
So many of you loved our first movie that we got to make a sequel. And today, yes, it's gone. Yes. Sure.
Morning, Jerry.
Morning. I was in MC Toon server last night with all the people who go there. They got into surveying. They asked me to read that 901 page thing that MC Toon has on his website before I say anything about it. Before I say anything about surveying. I said, just tell me in a, maybe a paragraph, what the process was. And they
Glob. The process is
said,
glob.
yeah, it's just glob, trust me, blah, blah, blah. But no, yeah, I said, look, if you understand it, save both of our times and just tell me how it was done. And they couldn't do it. They got mad. And they said, so what would prove that the earth was a ball? And I said, listen, just walk all the way around, east-west, and then do it north-south. That's all you got to do. One line. Shouldn't be too hard. I mean, if you could fly to the moon and Mars and all this other bullshit, it shouldn't be a problem. Oh, why should we do that just for you? You asked.
You asked. What can I do to prove to you the globe? Walk it. For you? Really? You just asked me. I know. It's like a duality they exist in, Hey, Jerry, I want to help you out here, man. Okay, I got a used car for you, Now, what would it take for you to get into a car today? Well, I want power steering and power brakes and, make sure there's a warranty, right? Like a lemon report. It's like, who the heck are you, Mr. Entitled?
Well, first we need the car. No.
That's even better. Yeah, no car. Can I see the car?
I measured it. I measured it.
I got a 900-page document over here all about cars.
It's a shame that it has to turn into some shit show. I mean, it almost did.
Well, because this is why it's like a shit show, because they won't talk about globe. It's always flat Earth. But they never get it either. It's like, why, if you really think it's a globe, you got a lot on your plate. It's going to take the rest, lifetimes. You got a 900-page document to read. Have at it. Like you do you. If you think that you can just, see, they're obsessed because in their worldview, they need it to be a globe so they can then advance their new world order agenda, their globalist agenda. That you can't think what you want to think. You can't do anything anymore without their permission. They're going to tell you in some sort of subjective framework what is true and what's false. Like where, I guess Ruhif's not here, but Gio was asking Ruhif, who would you debate? What would be your dream team? It'd be like no one, right? He wouldn't debate any flat earther. There's no, someone who would maybe defend their model or something like that. Like who does that? No one. No one's ever defended it. But yet he's still here. He's still talking about flat Earth.
Can I get a mic check on this on my headphones?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, that's weird. This is weird. I can hear you like right in my ears.
You sound a little weird.
It's the first time listening to Discord on the phone in ages. I triggered McToon into mirroring my reported for harassment job.
Oh yeah, he said this is the one thing too. I mean, they are so triggered about everything. You know, he did that debate with Witsit, and at one point, Kai was talking, and he said, "So, oh, you're just going to interrupt a woman?" And the rest of the debate, they must have used that line like 15 times. Anytime the girl that was with him was talking, anytime she talked, and Witsit said anything at all, oh, you're going to interrupt a woman? It's like they are constantly just on the verge of complete thermonuclear meltdown.
Thermonuclear.
They're just one molecule, just like one atom, or just one more reaction away from just complete destruction.
There was a debate that Witsit did with somebody. I forget. He did it with some kid, and the kid was like a deer in the headlights. He was just getting blown out. I mean, objectively, like he couldn't answer Witsit's stuff, like just like, you know, basic things. And Witsit had an answer for everything. But McToon was the mod, and McToon was just fucking with Witsit like the whole time because he could sense that Witsit was just, you know, trampling this kid, and McToon was he was just a dick to Witsit. He would just like mute him for like no reason. If he just said a word too early, he would mute him for like a minute. He was like, "No penalty, time for mute," and he would just mute him.
That's really what their shtick boils down to. It's about control. They're bigger flat earthers, and in their own mindscape, they got this concept of what a flat earther is, and they're a bigger flat earther than flat earther.
That's what I found out is, before even getting to know my position or how I arrived at the quote unquote flat earth, or why I don't think any of the globe evidence is necessarily convincing, I'll be grouped into this kind of nebulous they of serfdom. So they've created this glob of blurfs, kind of, you know, pick on, as a way to, you know, avoid actually talking to people on an individual basis. And like, I don't watch any flat Earth material. I just listen to Discord. I don't watch Nathan Oakley or any of these debate shows. I mean, like once in a while, like Riggs said that there was a good one recently with Jaron and David Weiss. Like, I'll watch that if it's like recommended, but I'm not subscribed to them. But Globeheads are. They're obsessed with all this bullshit. They're the ones talking about, you know, Anthony Riley and Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser and Bob Nodell and all these guys. I'm not interested in any of that. It doesn't matter. And then they say, "Oh, well, it's funny." And then, like Crit says, the Globe offers a lifetime of laughs.
I agree. They are totally obsessed, more than flat earthers. I often, well, every day basically, I try to make them talk about more interesting things, other stuff, or just other things, and they don't. They can't.
Yeah, it's like the downfall of logic and reason. Because they'll say, well, flat earthers are autistic and there's something wrong with autism. Yet all all these rocket scientists, high functioning on the spectrum. But yet they've got a problem with autism. But your rocket scientists are all autistic. They just ping pong back and forth.
Yeah, it's funny, Dawn. I just took a look at what you posted.
He probably actually did though. He probably chose one of my videos and did it, or picked out a comment and did it.
It's like never-ending drama. Just a bunch of wackos.
And the thing, they didn't start, they were like this before they even heard about flat Earth. They just wait, they went through life, someone they disagreed with on something, they just freak out.
Yeah.
Every topic. They before that, they were walking around, making fun of trans folk or making fun of gay people, like laughing at protesters, veganism, any sort of peace movement.
A lot of them would have been atheists, innit? Just moaning at Christians or laughing at Christians.
Oh, that too, yeah. Just like basically edgelord, they're atheists because, collection plate. Well, don't put any money in the collection plate, dude, if you don't like it.
But in a way, even that was more healthy for them back then. Now they've fully spiraled into the flat Earth, and they can't get out.
Yeah, because what happened is that they got defeated so badly on every single time they tried to debate or express their ideas. Then now they can't even express an idea to even talk about it. You're like, so why is flat Earth wrong? They can't even come up with a reason why.
And now they haven't even got an effort or energy left to deal with multiple topics just to have a bit of variation. They're just spiraled on this one thing. Oh, I have got something to tell you guys about. It's quite cool. So my girlfriend's kids, they got a Oculus Quest 2, I think it is, VR. So I loaded the ISS simulator the other week, and then last night I played it when I was really high. And apart from it being slow and I couldn't control it and I was just floating around hitting the walls inside, I got to a bit where you look down out the window and as the game opens, you're like, the camera's underneath the ISS, between the ISS and the Earth, and you can spin around and stuff. And it's what struck me is when you're looking straight ahead, the blue horizon against the blackness just under the ISS, as the ISS passes above you, is slightly curved. But as you turn round in a circle in the living room as VR, it becomes like a circle all the way around you, and you see that the curve is a slight illusion of the effect, the VR effect. And I don't know if they've like replicated how that would normally be. So you think it's curving one way, but as you spin around, you see you're looking at a circle. It was quite interesting just to experience, and it gave me vertigo looking down through the window of the ISS at Earth.
That's pretty cool. I did that like a few years ago. They had something at the store where you could like use those for a short time and then look around. And there was one where it was like a train, like a model train.
Right.
And you could like walk around it and stuff and like watch a train do things. And the town was animated too. Like there was a fire department. I remember like the fire department putting out a fire because you could like zoom in. You could just if you lean your head forward, it would like telescopically bring you closer, and you could get all the way in until you're eventually like street level with like almost street level, like maybe like a street light. You're like a view of a street light camera. And you just watch the firefighters like just spraying water up into a window that never the fire never goes out. You just keep doing the same thing over and over
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, there's a dinosaur one where you can watch a dinosaur. Like in Jurassic World.
Yeah, like you're just standing in a giant library, and all of a sudden like a T-Rex just turns the corner and just walks right at you. And then another one, you're like in a scuba descent cage, and like sharks are swimming all around you and stuff like that.
What struck me about the ISS one is, like, obviously my mind's thinking, is this fake? Is this real? Is this a replication of a fake replication of something real? And there's so much meta and layers to it. But obviously they've mapped it out inside, so if it's fake, they still have a full model of it and what it looks like at every point inside.
Yeah,
enough that they can try and not have errors when they show models and pictures and footage. Generally, like if there's a computer hanging on that wall there, then it will be in the VR simulation and it will be on the video footage when you watch it.
Yeah, they got like mock-up parts of it in a big pool, like
yeah, right.
Yeah, they got like a whole playground set up where this is like the space station or something.
So I wonder, like, when it gets replicated into VR simulation form, and they say, yeah, that all checks out to our pool version, and people have checked the live stream and nothing's too far off, then they feel satisfied, like, yeah, we've done it.
Millions per day. And that's supposedly split like 7 different ways, but America pays all of it. More than 100% of the supposed operation cost. I mean, with that amount of money, they could fake virtually anything.
I thought it would be quite interesting to try and stream the ISS VR tour one day, and like spend loads of time looking around at everything, see how many mistakes there is or whatever.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll be like 1 second. All right, I'm back.
Yeah. Did you ever wear contacts?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been wearing them for like, I don't know, like 25 years probably. Uh, they're really starting to get obnoxious. Thinking about getting that laser surgery. What, have you done any research into that, or?
I mean, yeah, and one, I guess it was like maybe not laser surgery, but there's like another one where they cut your lens off and then do something with I guess with a laser, you know, and then put the lens back on top. It's like PRK or something. I'm not even sure if they still offer it anymore. But yeah, it looks like at the end that LASIK sort of won the day because well, I guess it's less intrusive or something like that.
Yeah, because I've been thinking about getting it. Kind of scared though, because like I want to go blind.
Yeah, I mean it seems like the downsides. I mean I don't know for sure, but like with the LASIK is that like you won't go blind and you will go in multiple times to get like corrections and things and like it won't just be a one and done type of thing. It'll be like I don't know. It just seems like with the original one, the PRK or PCRK or something like that. Like it was like a big deal. I mean, they had to like cut your eye off. Like the lens, and it was like you had to do all this help. This pre-care before and
Yeah, it's like a whole physical therapy rehab type of thing.
yeah, and you had to use this like oil on your eyes, and then like the next day, and there's like a couple days of completely bandaged. And I almost did it, and then like until like the last week, I was like, "Ugh, I don't know, I just don't know, if I want to go through with it. And that was like probably like late late '90s, something like that, maybe early 2000, maybe like yeah, I think it was pre 9/11, so like maybe like yeah, like 2000, like maybe 2001 February, something along those lines or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it was interesting because like it. I mean, one of my friends just did it, and he loves it. He said he basically walked in there, got it done, and left that day. And
That's awesome.
yeah, and he said he went home and took a nap, and that was it. He woke up and could see. I mean, it was a little blurry, just overall, kind of like a hazy, foggy, and I guess that's fades over time because of the medicine that they use to like they do something for your to keep to relax your eye or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. They give you these drops that. Are you talking about where they like dilate your pupils?
Or I guess I'm not real sure about LASIK, but my understanding of LASIK is that they reshape the outside part of your eye, like the lens. They make it so like instead of a contact lens, your lens is your lens. Like they do something to it to modify it. I mean, I guess it seems kind of interesting, but like it's like one of those things too. Like there's side effects for everything. There's complications and so I just kind of feel like I don't mind wearing glasses and I wear contacts once in a while, like if I'm gonna go do something like go canoeing or something like that.
So how did you get into the flat Earth thing?
Jeez, I mean, I guess the biggest one was getting asked a question, they couldn't answer. They're like, so if the Earth is a glob, why can you explain the global war on terrorism? Before that, I was just kind of, curious about. Well, really, like, I heard that years prior, and then on Facebook, I kept seeing, YouTube videos and stuff like that pop up, and hearing people talk about it. And at one point, I was, kind of not really debating, but like, political discussions, and mostly like for right wingers, like really diehard right wingers. That's kind of what my family is too. And so I would go in there, and at one point, I started getting accused of being a flat earther, and I'm like, like, where's that coming from? How does that work? How does that dog hunt? And as I was going through it, I went into flather spaces and glober spaces, like groups. And one of the groups was like called Flat Earth Defeated or Ended. I can't remember the exact terminology. Like the end of the flat Earth. This is your edge or something, kind of like a pun or something like that. It goes like they've got multiple interdisciplinary fields of study to answer your questions. Perfect, down to the last detail. There will be like no doubt in your mind at the end of this conversation that the Earth is, and they gave some description, of it that doesn't really match today. Not like oblate paranoid or whatever. The Earth, this curiosity of like of the planet. But when I got in there, I started asking a few questions. At the time I think it was like Coriolis. I was in artillery, army artillery. I'd never heard that you'd ever calculate for the curve of the Earth. No one said anything like that. There was, no one even suggested it. And then they're like, well, here's this training manual or whatever. They wouldn't even do that. It's like right away they started just screeching like stolen valor and things of that nature. And I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like, this is like Facebook. You can see my name. You can see the friends I'm in, the groups I'm in, right? You think there's that much effort put in here to pretend like there's some sort of nefarious thing going on here. And they're like, yeah, and I'm like, well, your whole group. So say if that's true, right? Wouldn't you just answer the question? I know I'm kind of long-winded here. So really how it broke down was I went to these flatter spaces, glober spaces, and asked some questions about the globe. They wouldn't answer. It was all this sort of, just just playing with your mind. And then at the end, like this one moderator kicks me or bans me from the group. And the group admin messaged me and says, this is, I feel kind of bad what happened. This is a trap and troll group. We just want flat earthers to come in here to clown on them and make fun of them. I go, so none of you guys have any experience or any knowledge in any of these topics at all. He's like, no, most people in this group don't even barely have a high school degree, right? We're just a bunch of friends who don't like flat earthers. And he's like, but like at least you were civil and you kind of asked some questions and it seemed like you wanted discussion and right now the group isn't set up for that. Is kind of like what he said, but maybe at some point there might be. And I kind of stayed in contact with this guy for a little while, and eventually we tried like a joint moderated server, like Flat Earth and Globe Earth, and it crashed and burned, like typical sort of globalist fashion. So anyway, so I went into a flat Earth space, like a flat Earth group, and asked some questions, about what they think and everyone was above board. No one was trolling. They weren't like, deflecting to me. It was like you ask them a question. Well, how far away is the sun? Boom, someone would answer. Multiple people would answer. I'm like, well, what about this and what about that and what about like, hey, what you're doing here is what aboutism, but we'll entertain it because like everyone's got to go through this process. So then I started learning about like why would I make a claim I can't prove? I'm coming in here, I can't prove the globe. I went to a space where they told me they've got the proof of the globe, but they don't. Then I go to a flat Earth space and tell them to prove the flat Earth. I'm like, well, it just slowly didn't add up to any sort of logically consistent story, even for my own narrative. And then I never looked back. Oh, plus when I went to that, that group, they're really racist, They said a lot of nasty stuff about just all kinds of stuff. And I'm like, that was kind of thing too, like explain on Glob. All this vitriolic anti-science race stuff that they talk about. Like this one guy was in I think Hawaii, and man, he hated tourism. I'm like, dude, you're like your whole livelihood is like when you live in Florida, that's kind of your shtick. That's your thing, tourism. You might not like it, but duh.
That's pretty much how it goes.
Yeah, how about for you? What was it like? Kind of like the story or the?
I listened to I used to listen to this guy Stefan Molyneux. You heard of him?
Oh yeah. He
Yeah. He had a flat earther on there back in 2015, and when I heard it, it was interesting, but I didn't look into it back then. Like when you watch the video, you could see Stefan asking him questions, then laughing to himself. He thinks it's so stupid. I remember that specifically. He's like holding in his laughter, and but it stuck in my head, and it wasn't until maybe like a year ago or a year and a half I saw a debate between Nathan Thompson and Fight the Flat Earth, and he brought up some good points, and like I said, it just stuck in my head, and then I went down a bunch of other rabbit holes. I learned about the history of the Catholic Church and how it's all just rooted in paganism and sun worship, and learned about all the astrology and Freemasonry and all that, and the whole thing started to just feel like what they're lying about everything else. I mean, wouldn't they be lying about this? And then I started looking at the claims of Glob. I read all my Newton and all the Max Born and stuff on geometry and all that, and then that's pretty much it. And I was like, well, they don't really know what light is. That this whole concept of space is doesn't really make sense. The moon landing, I always thought it was weird that they would have that be out in public. Like, wasn't there like a Fox special? It was on like primetime TV. Like, did we really go to the moon? You remember that?
Yeah, like the lunar mission. I think I remember seeing like There's been different layers of documentaries about it.
Yeah, and it was, and I thought, like, why would that be on public, TV, like prime time of, and like one of the top channels in the country? Why would that be on TV? Unless it was some kind of like diversionary thing. It's just weird. For the people who own the network, put out a doubt about what they did. Like, I'm not saying that Sumner Redstone went to the moon, but he's in the club. So why would he put something out there that would place doubt in what he did, or in the same club that he's in? So, yeah, and and then I just started looking into it. I saw Eric Dubé and all that stuff, and then I saw the flat Earth debunks, and there's like, I don't know. And then I watched about 300 episodes of the first Nathan Oakley debates. I watched those, and they got kind of boring with the whole Isle of Man thing, and then the whole QE thing took over. Or like, I think in the mid 300s, and then it just turned into shit where it was just like, yeah, well, what's your independent variable? Every single thing, and then it just got boring after that, and then it's because it's like, okay, well, how do you explain the sunset? And like, when you think about it, they're asking you for a story, and I'm here because I don't believe their story. But what good is it going to me? What good is it going to do for me to come up with a story that I can't prove? So it's this weird limbo where you're forced to either trust what other people tell you or trust what you see right with your eyes. And when you really get down to it, on the surface, it's all about ignoring what you see, make up stories about what you can't see when it comes to the globe, like the gyroscope. They say that measures Earth rotation, but what you objectively see with your eyes is the gyroscope drift. You see that move, you don't see the Earth move. The pendulum, you see that move, you don't see the Earth move. So yeah, you could say, well, what is causing that? It's like, I don't know, but you didn't see the Earth move, did you? No. As far as curvature, like, people on their own side say you can't see the curvature. From first, it was 128,000, and then just a few months ago, it was, you wouldn't see the curve from 63 miles up. It's like, 63 miles? Are you serious? And then it's like, well, then why do you believe him when they say that, but not when he says that the Earth is a globe? And it's like, no, this is your source. He's your authority. And if I was to think that he's telling the truth, then I would be just in the same position as you, where I would think that he's lying. Because you're telling me that he's lying. You're telling me that he's wrong, but he's your authority. Where am I supposed to go with that? You look up surveying, and they're not measuring curvature. They're comparing the results to a model. So just a pretty boring, basic way to come to flat Earth.
No, that makes sense in the Nathan Oakley type stuff too. Like listening to podcasts and then hearing the other side. They'll be like, you don't know, like the counter arguments. Like, you tell them, like, well, you don't believe in science, or you don't know the official model. And you're like, based on what? What exactly don't I know? Because they should be able to come, with details. Like what exactly is it?
And what couldn't I just look up on Google? And so what if I know it? So what? So what if I know what the story about what gravity is? I know what it is. I know what Newton said. So what? But in real life, you drop something and it falls to the ground. You don't see the ground move. And then, yeah, once you start talking about it with people, they think that you're a troll or you're a liar or whatever. And well, why? Why do you think that? Why do you think I'm lying?
It's jingoism. They have to think that America the Great, like. Yeah, it'd be really interesting just to have like a real conversation. Like no more bullshitting. Just straight up, what do you know? How do you know it? And where did you get that from? If they say, "Oh, myself, I learned it through this or that," I'll be like, "Okay, well, good. I guess that's something. That's a starting point." It's not a claim I would be willing to make.
Yeah, I often wonder how these conversations would go if it was one-on-one in person and there wasn't this sort of audience to kind of play up to and try to win and show off to. You know what I'm saying? Because there's the standard points, there's the standard rebuttals, and it feels like you're just putting on a show for the people who are listening. And
Yeah, that too. It's like, so they talk about they want to fight the flat Earth or end flat Earth. Like somehow that is the last thing and their life will be complete. Like how do you even square that on the globe? Like in my mind space, you would have to understand flat Earth first, then build a model, and then get to the curve and all that stuff. But they're like this sort of weird swinging from like back to forth that these things are important, but they're not. But they are. But they don't matter.
and they're just here for entertainment. They just think
Yeah,
it's
that
funny.
the entertainment piece gets me too, because I think they got that because that's what a lot of theists say to atheists, that they're there just to laugh at atheism. Because atheism is a minority opinion. I mean, it is like about as the most minority opinion that one can get. So then it's like that too, like, right? Flat earthers are dumb because they're in the minority. The minority's wrong. Well, a lot of you guys are atheists. How do you square that? Like, you're even more of a minority than flat earth is. And they try to say, oh, but look at these facts and figures. And they try to roll non-religious into atheism. Like, they just keep broadening the definition of atheism. Like, well, at that point, I could just keep broadening the definition of flat earth. Anyone who doesn't know the heliocentric model is a flat earther. And that's virtually everybody. Okay? Besides a few people at like really high PhD levels. And, that's right. I was getting to the fight the flat earth. Like, there's so much in context with battles and war and how the truth is lost, that where people pick a tribe and a side. And it blows my mind that they claim, they tell you that they are in a truth movement about the nature of creation. They've got the inside track on the truth. But all they do is lie all day long. And they lie so bad that it gives a reason to showcase why government lies. I mean, you'll have people on a sock account saying they're not on a sock. And you know they're on a sock account. And they know they're on the sock account. But they'll say they're not anyway. And then they'll justify it because they say, well, you're saying the earth is flat. Okay, and? It's like nothing, nothing new under the sun. I mean, this isn't going to end anytime soon. They're going to go into 2022 just as spiraled and just as triggered about flat Earth and never getting it either. And then want to make it seem like it's about others.
I mean, even back when I did think it was a globe, I didn't think that flat Earth was funny. If I did, then I would have looked into it back then and just kept on looking into it and kept on thinking it was funny. Like, there's loads of things that are funnier than the flat Earth. Because if you walk up to anybody and you say that, you think that the Earth is flat, chances are they're not going to just laugh and become obsessed with it for the next 6 years.
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's like people will be like, "Huh, the Earth is flat," and then you talk about it, and they're like, "Huh, I never quite considered that." Like you, especially when you talk with someone who's going to be intellectually honest, you're like, "See, these guys think that as long as they can Google something, they know it, and they've got it all figured out." So you tell them, "Hey, What is the order of the planets in your model? They don't know. Some of these hard-headed anti-flat earthers would not even be able to list you the planets in order. And yet they would Google it and then read off the Google page. I'm like, so now your epistemology, your worldview is based off a Google search. What happens when Google changes the search result? And they tell you now Venus is in front of Mercury or something like that. Or Pluto's not a planet. What do? Do you tell them they're wrong because you've got the facts, you've proven it? Or you just randomly assert your own worldview to fit the new narrative, the new normal? And yeah, the thing too that they like to try to contribute the conspiracy theory. Flat Earth is a conspiracy theory. Like where? Where'd you get that from? Nowhere. They just pulled it out of their butt. They just came up with it. They just said, "Yep, today I'm going to just classify anything they don't understand or don't agree with or don't know. It's all just conspiracy theories." And you're like, okay, sure, let's just go with it. Let's work inside that epistemology. Here is George Carlin talking with Art Bell about why almost everything is some manner, shape, or form a conspiracy theory. And then they'll just throw him under the bus. George Carlin was an idiot, a moron, a comedian, an actor, an entertainer. And I'm like, not the George Carlin I know. He was a political activist at some of the highest levels. He would go right in front of a police officer and say words that he knew that they would arrest him for saying.
And if you think about it, the biggest conspiracy theory there is that God does not exist. Because you would have to be saying that everybody who believes in God, whether that be Hindus, Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all liars. Even Catholics, the Pope. Everybody is a liar, and you have it all figured out. Atheism is the biggest conspiracy theory there is.
Yeah, that's another good point too, that the motto of the U.S. federal government is don't trust them, trust God. In God we trust. Purposely question government, but trust God. And the atheist says the opposite. No, they're no. The motto is don't trust God, trust government. Like, you might want to look at that again, okay? It says, the Eisenhower, the guy who, started NASA, also changed the motto to "In God We Trust." So there's a one-for-one correlation there. And then, this whole anti-government ranting, like, here comes the Nixon talking points. Yeah, Eisenhower's vice president was Nixon. What a coincidence, Like, That's what, on 24/7, there's a role called coincidence theorist.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that one.
That's like when Bush Jr. he put Dick Cheney in charge of some sort of fact-finding operation to find out who should be the best VP pick. Dick Cheney comes back like a week, 2 weeks later. It says, "Hey, it's me." And Bush was like, "Wow, what a coincidence! I never would have thought that."
Right. Right. A couple of days ago, I heard someone say, just replace the word conspiracy with uh, strategy, and then it'll make sense. And then you'll start to
Oh,
see it from a different angle.
yeah, I've heard something. I can't remember the exact quote, but I heard something like that before too.
Yeah. I wonder why no one has joined all morning.
Yeah, Branch and someone else were in here earlier today, and I'm like, yeah, I ain't going.
Yeah, it was that guy, Red Tape.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So there's I was on another server with Branch, and man, it was hilarious, man. They roasted him so bad that he like rage quit. It wasn't nothing to do with Flather. It was just a discussion, sort of social club server. And man, they triggered him so hard. I almost felt bad for him. Like because he was being goofy, right? He goes into that server thinking, like, hey, what are these idiots talking about?
Well, Branch, he's a seasoned troll. So, I mean, what could they have said to him to get him to rage quit?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's okay. Basically, this one chick said that he should leave the server because he makes all the pussy dry.
All right. And he couldn't flip that around and.
Yeah, because he likes to fancy himself as some kind of ladies' man or something like that. This is a couple other things too, but it was all on the gist of that.
Yeah, I haven't been in this game long enough, so sooner or later, maybe I'll hear someone screw with him. Because as far as I've heard, he's always the one controlling the troll. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and he'll just keep blurting, right? Just keep talking and talking and talking until people are like, okay, you've derailed and like made it almost impossible for anyone to talk about anything.
I remember when I kind of first was serious about it might be flat. I started like telling people about it, and they wouldn't buy it, right? And they were like, "Well, oh, hold on a second, man. My kid wants something." Yeah, they would ask, "Well, how do you know that it's the sun going around?" Like, because I had the standard flat Earth model, and then what's the matter with you, buddy?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll wait for you to come back.
Okay, so yeah, I would tell them, no, the sun circles around, and they said, "Well, how do you know that?" And then I was like, "I don't know." And then they said, "Well, what causes the eclipses?" I don't know. And then I realized that the whole replacement model was kind of sham. And I realized that the goal, or that the trick here, is to not know. And when you read the Bible, you read certain passages, it's very clear that no man shall know how this world operates. I've realized that dropping glob in favor of flat and then coming up with theories that other men came up with was not the right way to go. Because the thing is, nobody knows. And that's the goal. It's a humbling experience and a frightening one to understand that you don't know. You don't have answers for what light is. You don't know why things fall down. Tides, magnetism, electricity.
Yeah, which is,
No man knows these things.
and these topics should have brought people together if people actually cared about the truth.
Exactly.
It did the opposite because these guys are just like, they're so worked up. If you can just get them to take a breath and just be like, you will survive this, okay? Hearing an alternative point of view will not hurt you. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
Yeah, it should be an enlightening experience. It should be I'm going to repeat myself. It should be a humbling experience to realize we don't know shit about how this world operates, about various natural phenomena. We could come up with all the theories that we want, but we really don't. We really don't know. So that's why I say start with Earth. First thing they say, no, photos from space. It's like, that's not Earth. I was talking to somebody yesterday, a basic person. They weren't in the debate, and they said, well, what about the photos? And I said, well, are you aware that the only one that was taken in its entirety, the only time, was in 1972? That's the only time.
Never again.
And they said, well, no, they did it in 2012. And then I said, no. No, that one was taken with, strips of data that were wrapped around a ball. by Robert Simmons. He admits it's Photoshop, but it has to be.
And that was after they lied about it and said it wasn't Photoshop.
Explain that on a glob. So this person was like, all right, I gotta go. But that's like basic shit, like right there. Like that, I feel like I kind of planted a seed there, and it might not ever come to fruition. But when I heard shit like that back in 2015, I didn't look into it. But the flat Earth thing was always in the back of my mind. I would always think about the points that kid brought up. I can't remember his name, but they always stuck there, and I thought that it was stupid all the way up until last year. No, these are pretty good points. And someone asked, like, do you have an explanation for the Cavendish? Like, yeah, it was a small ball attracted to a bigger ball on a flat Earth. They're like, what are you talking about? Like, that's what I see. See a flat Earth, small ball be attracted to a bigger one on a flat Earth. There's nothing about the Earth. That's my answer. And they think they have some kind of point by saying you don't have an explanation. Look at it. Okay? I just told you my explanation. The small ball is attracted to the big one. That's it. The reason why isn't seen. Therefore, it has to be made up. Do you understand that? Oh, so you can't answer. Well, nobody knows because it's not seen. Do you understand this, sir? But it's real simple. Once you just get rid of all the bullshit, you just deal with what you're directly seeing. It just falls apart. I feel like I'm kind of rambling.
No, I got you. Because a lot of times we don't get a chance to talk to each other because there's always some globalist derailing and screeching and, wanting to add their 2 cents to everything.
And there's a person in this community who does the Cavendish over and over again. Explain that on a globe. Explain doing something that seals the deal for gravity in your model over and over again and showing the people who don't believe in globe this thing over and over again. Explain doing this. There is no explanation. Now it's time for you to get mad. See, you're trying to convince yourself that it's glob by doing this thing over and over again. And like we see it all the time. Flat Earth debunked. Angles to Polaris. Great. Then that's your reason to think it's glob. It's debunked for you. You said that.
Yeah.
If you, what's the thing? You
do you.
Well, yeah, but if this satisfies you, then that's it. It doesn't satisfy me. I will tell you why, and then you will not accept my answer. It's your problem. Tough shit. Another thing that I figured out is, well, this wouldn't work on a flat Earth. Well, you're assuming a flat Earth model that doesn't have an explanation for that. And they say, well, this is what happened last night in MC Tune. Yeah, they said, well, those angles to Polaris wouldn't work on flat Earth. And I said, oh, please show your flat Earth model. And they said, well, I don't have one. And then someone else said, yeah, just a flat plane. And I said, okay, so you're picturing a...
I'll be back 1 second.
Okay. So, yeah, they have this model in their head, and they say something like, well, I just don't see how it could work on a flat Earth. So that's all you have is a concept of what a flat Earth might be and how it might work. What do you have? A concept. That's all you have. And even if I had a model, it would still only be a concept. So what the fuck are you talking about with this wouldn't work on a flat Earth? You don't have a flat Earth model. And even if you did, it would just be in your imagination. Just like Glob. It's simple when you just try to get rid of all the bullshit. Just strip away all the nonsense and the emotion. Just go for the logic, and then it'll follow from there. All right. Well, thanks for the talk. I got to call my brother back, but I appreciate your time. I feel like you've heard these stories just over and over and over again. I feel like I'm just, boring the shit out of you. And
Anybody talking on this? No. Okay. Well, I think we've found ourselves in a situation that humanity's kind of taken, or it's going to take a nosedive right now. And I know the rules of Discord, which is kind of. But I'll just say, right. So when you talk about things that you've heard about from experts, and you introduce that knowledge into other people that have heard another side of the story, right? Now, you don't know, if you've heard one side, you don't really know whether that side that you've heard is true, right? You don't know that. You've heard it from, and there's other people saying the opposite, right? But you've heard one side. And then you hear the opposite side of a story, and you've got a choice to make, right? Well, you've got three choices. You can either believe the story that you got told before, or for some reason you got told a story and you believed it, and then you heard another story on the same subject that you believed, or you didn't believe, and so you choose your story. But there's other people that have heard the two sides of the story and went the opposite way from what you've taken, right? So now you have to accept that the other person has a right. You know, you can't decide whether the truth is what you believe. I think that was my point. And the other person, you know, it's like that. You know, what's reality? It's the two sides of the truth. So someone else would have a different opinion, which I've met people. I believe something is the truth, and I met other people that disagreed with me because they had a other side of the truth. So I kind of learned to understand that I don't know the truth. It doesn't matter whether someone says 5 times 5 is 25, or 5 times 5 is 3. Right? There's a huge equation that has to be learned according to, you know, the mathematical world that we live in, or this clockwork world that we live in is Newton and Einstein seen it. You know, it's like constants. It's like this equation or whatever. So you can never really tell what the truth is if you really want to accept the logical end of questions that you'll have. It's like in the end up you don't know what the truth is. And if you're going to base your truth on what someone else has told you, that's kind of illogical. No matter how expert they are or whatever, there's always that, you know, like that variable that guy could lie. Even if there was only two variables, the guy is telling the truth or he's lying, right? Now, for you to choose which is which, you would have to have an intimate knowledge of that subject or experienced it. Because maybe that guy said, lions, I was out hunting lions and they ate everybody. Lions eat everybody. They attack humans, right? So that's the statement of fact based on the fact that guy he was out hunting and the lion ate everybody in his team or whatever apart from him. They chomped on them or whatever, right? So that he's made that basis, that statement. But there's another person out there that the lion's not attacked and it sat down and whatever, looked at him curious because he's been fed. They can't be fucked doing jack shit, man. They've been fed. The cubs have been fed. Everybody's been fed. They're just chilling, and they're probably looking at this human being on two legs walking about and saying, "Hey mate, you're fucking lucky. I'm not hungry. I'll rip you to fucking. What the fuck are you doing? Don't you know we eat things like you?" If they could think. Right, so there's statements we don't, you can't say it's a fact because someone told me or someone made that statement and they've done observations or experiments or whatever. Most of the experiments are based on, what do you call it? The catalyst has been the intervention of man. Now, well, that's not natural, right? They say, oh, look at this. This is a proton or this is a photon. How did they measure that? It's because they created a fucking machine to produce that, reproduce it. Synthesis or a synthetic or and it's not even a clone. I don't think it's even a clone because a clone's got the same genetic code. I don't think that a lot of the stuff that gets reproduced by science is what do you call it? It's real in a sense. As I say, they say helium. What they do is they take this thing that's happened, right, and they reproduce it, and they say, oh, right, this is because of this and that and that. Well, you can make a car that drives on petrol, diesel, or water, or loads of, or vegetable oil, or whatever. There's lots of reasons for things happening. But these whatever science or whatever decides, oh, it's because of the petrol, and they don't even They might not even know that diesel exists. They might not even know that exists, but they say, "Oh, look, this is that," and then what happens? Right, they go deep, and they find anomaly in their equations because they can't go there in natural observations because there's nothing that can look at an atom or anything, not uneven. It's like an electron, right? What's an electron? An electron's are charged, right? And when they say, how does an electron microscope work? Well, electron microscope works. It fires electrons, right, into perhaps a substance on a space, right? And it reacts. This thing reacts, right? It explodes or it collapses, for example, right? No, it's like the what's it called? The collapse function in quantum physics. That collapse function, right? That's just a mathematical equation, right? And when it collapses, that means it explodes, right? It's like the what shall I say? That pervert, right? He's got a raincoat on, right? And he's going. He runs out and he goes, "Dope," and he flashes, and you're only seeing the raincoat. You're not seeing. You're only seeing a explosion or a electrical force or something that whatever this meter that can only read electrical fucking impulses because radio waves are electrical. Everything that we read, what do you call it, radio waves or light waves or blah blah, it's electrical. Everything's electrical, and that's how they're reading it. But the thing is, right, when you, for example, if you were to bounce off electron, say for example a proton or whatever, and you were to read the speed of a proton, so you'll have to fire, right, to, it's like the speed control, they have the laser, and the guy's driving along at 6 and they fire that laser, right, okay, and that's the collapse of the wave function, is when you get that reading back, right? That's a collapse at that time, at that specific millisecond, but only for a millisecond is your car traveling at that speed, right? Only at that only at that point that it reads it, and it's at that, right? And that's that that wave collapse function. It's like the Big Bang. When you fire something at something, it interacts with that and it turns into something else. It changes. It's not the same thing, when you make a cake. If I, what do you call it, obliterated that with a sound cannon, it wouldn't be a cake anymore, right? It's fucking, and then you took a photograph of that obliterated cake, and you would say, because you can't take a photograph of the cake because you can't fucking see it. I think it's kind of, what do you call it? It's a weird concept to get, but that's what they tell you, the minute if you do that double slit experiment and stuff like that, if you read into what you're doing, you're destroying. If you observe it before, the only way you observe it, the only way you can observe this single fucking proton that's traveling or a photon or whatever that's traveling a little less if it's a proton and the speed of light on if it's a photon, what you do is you fire this motherfucking, imagine, right, you're firing this thing, this object that's traveling. It doesn't matter whether it was a car or it was a bus or whatever it was, right? And you fire this and you explode this thing, right? And because of the weight of the way it explodes, right, you determine what that is. And that's basically that quantum physics is a load of shite. Right, but that's the way that double slit, where it comes behind that screen with the two slits and the one slit or whatever. These people that say, there's another word for it, but they actually they say that they know what's happening with us. This phenomenon, the phenomenon that's happening when if you have one slit and two slits. These people that are say that they know actually what's happening, they're full of shite. Right? There's no experiment. There's no experiment that proves what these people are saying. Those things, when they show that video of the that screen behind when they show that cartoon, those protons firing. I asked a guy, right? He does proton cancer treatment. He's a what do you call it? A physicist, but a particle physicist, right? And I asked him, and I wasn't flat earth. And I asked him, how do you make a proton? Right, because it's proton. Because if you think of the CERN, right? If you ever see the funny shapes, right? Those funny shapes that they show on the computer, the graphics, they only last for like a millionth of a second, right? And they produce their energy, they decay at a certain rate. So this guy was doing the cancer therapy, cancer treatment, but they're using protons. And so what it is their understanding is they build up a charge and they fire this proton, and when it decays, because it's done with time, proton over time, it'll take a proton, for example, 800 billionths of a second to decay, right? A proton will travel a certain length in 800 billionths of a second. So they place it that way with a certain charge to create the proton. So they know that the cancerous, whatever you call it, the cancer, the black spot there, right, is maybe 2.5 centimeters, right? So what they do is they decide, right, that's the charge. The proton will decay. The proton will decay in that amount of seconds. It'll take the proton to travel that far in that amount of seconds. It'll decay, and that'll just destroy the cancerous, whatever, bacteria or whatever you want to call it, right? And that's how they do it. It's like, it's quite crazy, It was like the guy had a conscience. I'd really like to see more about the subject. But anyway, fuck this. I'm out of here. I've got shit to do. So I thought I'd come back just to make a comment. I used to complain there wasn't a place that you could come to, and a lot of people used to complain about it. I used to complain because I like to complain. I like to point out shit. But anyway, so I used to complain that there wasn't a channel or a place that you could come, you could discuss stuff, and kind of have, without getting ridiculed or whatever, right? That's why I used to like Jose, right? But he's fucked up big time. But I used to, I thought about Jose because in the beginning it was like, it was a kind of fair debate or whatever. But then through the years I found out, well, right, these people don't really want to talk about anything, or they don't want to learn, or they don't want to at least entertain the idea that they might have been, how can we say, misdirected. They've been misdirected in their view of the world, or whatever. So I always kind of went on, because usually the places I used to go and you get abused and whatever, called an idiot and all sorts of stuff, right? And I always said, it'd be great to have I thought, and as a lot of people did, when they went on to Jose's, they thought, right, yeah, this is cool. Loads of people coming on and having a discussion. It was kind of civil. You've got to have the abuse as well. You've got to be able to abuse or whatever. It's kind of, it's like trying to moderate or whatever. But anyway, so that was kind of missing in that community that I was in. Kind of that balance, and then here we are. Here I am on a place that gives you like a right good. You meet some really intelligent people. It's not always people that are against you or whatever, right? But here's this place. But yet, and this is why I know flat earth or that thing's addictive. Yeah, I come here expecting to listen as a listener for other people to give their opinions, because I talk all the time. I like listening to people's ideas. They've got a place here that they can talk freely. No one's going to call them a retard if they get the right people in. But no, they're hell bent. It's called Earth Awakenings. It didn't say Flat Earth Awakenings, but yet, it's fucking empty. There's nobody talking here or nothing. They've all fucked off to, I don't even want to say the name of it. I hear that these people that come here and talk, they've went away back to a place you can argue and try to, I don't think it's gone beyond trying to convince people. It's like, the first sign of madness is to keep repeating something over and over again and expecting a different result. So for me, now I've been through all these stages, and all that, but for me, I'm just feeding these other channels by going and interacting with them. That's all you're doing. It's gone beyond that. I used to think that, you know, I'm going to convince them, and yeah, it's good, you know, it's good that you, because there'll be people that are listening. I'm not really talking to them. That's fucked up, man. You know, it's become, it's like a waste of time, man. But yet these people go across here, so to me, that's, yeah. It's kind of a strange, but I was there once, but probably that's what is frustrating about, because I was there doing that as well. And there was probably people thinking the same of me, actually. When I think about it, there's probably people thinking the same. What the fuck are you doing over there? And talking to these people, or discussing, or whatever, or yeah.
What's up, Crit?